Cuban commandant died. The UK has left the European Union.
Which has caused a
Big crisis in Spain.
have also aligned themselves with people to test ballistic missiles.
Fellow Tropicans, thanks to me, Tropico is an undisputed paradise. But the values of our paradise are now being threatened. Threatened by populists and despots. I, El Presidente, will prevent this. I accept the nomination for another presidential term. I will make Tropico even greater, even bigger, and even better. Instead of walls, I will build bridges, bringing Tropico's islands and people together, rather than separating them. New means of transportation will offer great opportunities of exchange to you and our visitors. I will bring diversity, culture, and the wonders of the world to Tropico, so that all other nations will look upon us with envy. Vote for El Presidente! Vote for Tropico 6, or else.
most beloved Presidente. Do you remember Tropico? Emerald palm trees, platinum beaches, and crystalline seas, from which the sun reflects like the twinkling of jewels and golden coins. It is I, Presidente, Penultimo, your faithful aide, your biggest fan. I chronicled your triumphs. Fear not, for nothing was written down. Penultimo never forgets, unless he is told to, of course. So, let us enjoy these stories of the past. And what better place to start than the time you first met your loyal Penultimo, oh, most successful Presidente. It was like the first sunrise of my life.
Hello there. You must be the new governor. I'm Lord Wyndham, voice of the crown, and it's your job to do as I say. Until your mandate runs out, at least. I have new instructions. I mean, suggestions. The plantation's growing nicely, I take it? Filthy thing, nature. But there's money in it.
Governor, the people have a request, but for safety reasons, it is a secret request.
It's nice to have choices, isn't it? Choices like continue as governor or begin a new career in manual labor. Your distillery seems to be working. Quick tip, Governor. It's best not to sample your own tipple, if you get my meaning. Jolly good. It's my job to fully exploit these islands, insignificant as they are. Ore, bananas, giant apes, dinosaurs, whatever has monetary value.
Our revolution is as yet only marginally glorious, but with your continued support, Governor, the people will make it shine.
Well, you did the right thing, which is whatever the Crown says it is. Cream tea?
Governor, the people have a request, but for safety reasons, it is a secret request.
Y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí. Es que mi destino es ser feliz. Vive.
cruel, salty sea. She burns the lungs of young Penultimo. The sensation is quite unpleasant. Imagine my joy at being back on an island with brick buildings and indoor plumbing, and at having someone to talk to who is not a coconut.
Shh, my governor, we must talk, but not too loudly, as walls have ears, and not too softly, or we shall not hear one another, and we will be forced to repeat ourselves.
Excuse me, old sport. I need a teensy tiny favor. You're doing splendidly, Governor. Oh, by the way, I don't suppose you've seen any valuable metal on your travels? Any gold? No. Well, you did the right thing, which is whatever the Crown says it is. Cream tea?
Our revolution is as yet only marginally glorious, but with your continued support, Governor, the people will make it shine.
Governor, I have successfully milked my former coconut friends for all they're worth. And there is so much more I can do for you.
Why are you wasting your time here? All I see is coconuts, and I hate coconuts. Vile, furry, sloshing things. The Crown's advisors commissioned an inventory of your island's resources. This expensive survey suggests that you have many trees. More, Governor, more. Always more. Hop to it. The Crown demands.
I ask myself, Governor, do the ends justify being mean? But for independence, any sacrifice is worthwhile.
I suppose that we should do something with all that spare wood, don't you think? Maybe burn it? Hmm? Everyone likes a bonfire.
Viva la revolution! Together, Governor Ju, I, and the people will turn everything around.
I must say I'm glad to be still working with you. Finding good help is so difficult these days.
corruption is so rife, Governor, that we have to pay a bribe to find out how much to pay in bribes.
More, Governor, more. Always more. Hop to it. The Crown demands. So, it seems that we are unable to find gold. The Crown isn't angry, Governor. The Crown is merely disappointed.
Our revolution is as yet only marginally glorious, but with your continued support, Governor, the people will make it shine.
I must say I'm glad to be still working with you. Finding good help is so difficult these days. Good job, old chum. That wharf is practically sagging under the weight of cold, wet, slippery fishes.
I ask myself, Governor, do the ends justify being mean? Before in the...
Ahoy, Governor! Or is it Avast? There is still so much to learn about piracy. I mean, undocumented trade.
It's nice to have choices, isn't it? Choices like continue as governor or begin a new career in manual labor.
Our revolution is as yet only marginally glorious.
Well, you did the right thing, which is whatever the Crown says it.
I ask myself, Governor, do the ends justify being mean?
It's nice to have choices, isn't it? Choices like continue as governor. Good work, Governor. The palm tree population of the island is much reduced, and I, for one, am sleeping better because of it. I must say I'm glad to be still working with you. Finding good help is so difficult these days. Excuse me, Elsport. I need a teensy tiny favor. I must say I'm glad to be still working with you. Finding good help.
Didn't think we'd ever get back to Tropico.
Governor, you mine gold for the cause and so earn my respect, but shh. It is a respect that must remain secret.
Oh, savior of my unworthy life, let me prove my value. Penultimo is sneaky, Penultimo is clever, and Penultimo knows which side his bread is buttered.
Governor, the people have a request, but for safety reasons, it is a secret request. Viva la revolución! Together, Governor Ju, I, and the people will turn everything around.
More, Governor, more. Always more. I'm glad you're exporting goods, Governor, but I've been watching the dock workers, and do you know, I think they might be lazy.
Viva la revolución! Together, Governor Ju, I, and the...
Governor, this is one of the sneakiest coconut-related gold smuggling plans I have ever participated in.
I've been chatting with the king, and we agree you're doing well. Making money, what? But life's not all work, you know. Culture's the thing for people in power.
I ask myself, Governor, do the ends...
got the seal.
What a lovely theatre! My playwright has nearly finished The Story of Your Life. We just need a really dramatic ending.
Governor, we must now attend the theater. It is possible that this is not a trap. It is also possible that I will one day be king of the world. I have the best job.
Follow in my footsteps.
Viva la revolución! Together.
Governor, I am shot. Oh, alas, poor Penultimo. As I reached for the peanuts, something went bang, then bang again. 9 more times.
Penultimo is a national hero. We respect those who get shot for the cause. Some of us hope to get shot ourselves one day. We are prepared for invasion, my governor. And here they come. I hope they are slow, so we can snipe them from afar.
Oh, Governor, you look so pretty today. Oh, sorry, I have been bleeding a little since I was shot and my head feels very light.
Governor, the people have a request.
I must say I'm glad to be still working with you. More, Governor, more. Always more. Hop to it. The Crown demands.
It is time. We no longer whisper, but rather shout revolution from the rooftops today. We demand, politely, to be free.
Something does not feel quite right, Governor. I have a powerful desire to call you Presidente.
My governor, the people are filled with bile. Their hate of the crown is making them sick. Or perhaps it is the rum. The people are very happy with their fort, governor, and hope they never have to use it. For war, that is. We already store the rum there.
The people of Tropico love you almost as much as I do, Governor. We have such exquisite taste.
Excellent. I knew you had a good head on your shoulders and would want to keep it there.
Governor, you did it. Alas, let us savor the sweet taste of freedom. It tastes a bit like coconut.
And so, the story is told. That is how we met, Presidente. The most important time of my life. I still have the assassin's bullets, you know. I keep them close to my heart. Who would imagine that such a story would be only a minor chapter in somebody's life? But you, most celebrated Presidente, your life has seen adventure enough for 100 normal people. 1,000! But those are stories for another day. Now old Penultimo is tired. Old Penultimo will sleep and dream of your past glories, my Presidente. You have done it, Presidente. Victory is ours. Victory is yours. Do you remember, Presidente, that time between world wars when the Allies nearly declared war on us? How we laughed. Smuggling rum for a master criminal was no more than a hobby, really. For even the most masterful of master criminals is small fry to you. But bad luck knows no etiquette, and we soon discovered that he was #1 on the Allies' wanted list. So began our crash course in crime and punishment. Time is precious, Presidente. Especially your time, as you are the busy leader of a nation and not just a child playing in a sandbox.
Presidente, my client, a successful and exceedingly legitimate businessman, wants us to be friends.
Good day to you, Presidente. I wonder if you could help me with a little problem.
Oh, no, nothing like that. Though it does sting when I cough.
remember, loose lips might sink ships, so tighten your lips with a Tropican made...
My client has a strong interest in rum, Presidente, or an interest in strong rum. Either way, you've the means to make the product.
Good job there, Presidente. Thanks awfully. Hey, I'll say this about water. It keeps us busy with exciting adventures, hey? Glad you can help, Presidente. Bloody frustrating, this enchilada chap. Master of disguise, you know. Could be anyone.
Good news, Presidente. My accountant confirms that we're getting friendlier all the time.
Let me add to your infinite wisdom, Presidente.
I've got nothing against the big guy, but you can't sell tickets to church. I've tried, and let's face it, every penny spent on charity is a penny wasted. For-profit business is always the way to go.
God may excuse your blasphemy, child, but I've always found forgiveness the trickiest part of my religion. El Presidente, ignore this messenger of mammon and invest in for-people business.
Need your help, Presidente. It's all gone pear-shaped, and we need a steady hand on the tiller. Good show, not bad at all. Almost worthy of an Englishman, I'd say. Although, let's not get carried away.
I don't know about you, Presidente, but I woke up today with an urge to make some money.
The rich are always looking for a good way to make a quick buck. And they've hit upon the great untaxed opportunity that is Sunday Mass. Charge the punters to go in. When the Padres complain, point them to Matthew 22:21 and look smug. The congregation won't be too happy, but who can resist the opportunity to turn profits into profits? The rich are
Es que no tengo ningún ideal, porque me gustan las copas. Mirando al cielo me siento genial. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando de la playa y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí.
They call me the broker. I guess I had another name once. But you know what names are good for? They're good for getting you arrested, Presidente. Well, that's not my game. My game would be business. Which business? Hey, what have you got? A few opportunities came up. Nothing illegal. Well, nothing that can be proven to break any laws.
Excuse me, Presidente. I have a little task that you might enjoy. It is so much fun that by doing it, you will owe me a favor.
Pleasure doing business with you, Presidente. And I can pay you back tenfold with just a little magic.
is proud to welcome its new privateers and stresses that it's categorically not piracy when it's sanctioned by the state.
My freelance distribution experts have done their jobs. We've a direct line to our market. Apart from the greedy middlemen, of course. The U.S. has decided they don't like to drink anymore. Prohibition's just another opportunity for businessmen like you, me, and my client.
The world's at war, Presidente, and that means profits. Of course, everything means profits, but war's my absolute fave.
Everyone has friends, right, Prez? And it's right to help friends, right?
I understand our requests have been fulfilled.
Presidente, do you have a friend? Of course, your greatness is irresistible to flatterers and yes-men. Such people disgust me.
flying cars the future? Only if Tropico can win the war. So remember, if you want flying cars, be vigilant and buy war bonds.
Another day, another deal completed. Very nice, if I do say so myself.
If you want to improve work performance across the whole of Tropico, there's nothing better than sober workers. As a fringe benefit, prohibition helps folk lose weight, suffer from fewer heart attacks, and their livers gradually recover. Trouble is, with all the gin joints out of action, people are going to be mightily bored. And it might be best not to be out on the streets at night when the hoods are shaking down the speakeasies.
Need your help, Presidente. It's all gone pear-shaped, and we need a steady hand on the tiller.
Palace is not. I go where I please.
Good show, not bad at all. Almost worthy of an Englishman, I'd say. Although, let's not get carried away. Very appreciative of the help you're giving, Presidente. I tell the chaps in the club, good sorts, those Tropicans. Just don't drink the water. Good job there, Presidente. Thanks awfully. Hey, I'll say this about war. It keeps us busy with exciting adventures, hey?
Atomic bombs. Fact or fiction? Tropican scientists say, we don't understand the physics. Palace says, try harder.
Let's face it, it's better to be one of the allies than one of the Axis. You get to be an ally instead of, well, an axe.
Always a pleasure doing business with you, Presidente.
U-boats versus submarines. Canal Uno investigates the underwater menace. Later, Atlantis fish people, the real underwater menace.
Good job there, Presidente. Thanks awfully. Hey, I'll say this about war. It keeps us busy with exciting adventures.
The citizens are demanding elections, Presidente. It seems that they want a choice in how they are ruled. So selfish.
My friends, you are the dedicated ones for whom no hardship is too great. True Tropicans, your tribulations shall be rewarded with just a little more effort. My people, are you bored? Let Presidente entertain you. Oh, is nothing fun anymore? Let Presidente be all the fun you need. You don't enjoy life? Let Presidente enjoy it for you. As we strive, God shall not forsake our beautiful shores. Our spiritual friends guarantee this, for which we owe them one, in this life and the next. Of course, we have enemies too. These so-called allies mislead with their very name. Their propaganda is advanced, but we shall not be fooled. I have heard it said that Tropico is no fun. Well, soon it will be twice as entertaining as it ever was, and half as boring too. That's 4 times the amusement for everyone. So vote El Presidente for the future that you deserve. All of you. Viva Tropico!
Excuse me, Presidente. I have a little task that you might enjoy. It is so much fun that by doing it, you will owe me a favor.
Aren't you tired of lithe, svelte citizens who are all skin and bones? By doubling food rations, you can make everyone happy. Well, except for the wealthy tycoons whose market economics thrive on scarcity. But everyone else will be mildly pleased at your generous gesture. Besides, it will be years before the detrimental health effects of chronic obesity will get noticed. Right? Am I right? I'm right.
Forget something? Busy. Please excuse me.
I'm sure the good citizens of Tropico intend to vote for you, Presidente. I myself intend to vote for you many, many times. The election is a landslide, Presidente. The metaphorical kind, not the kind that accidentally reduces the size of the workforce. Presidente, I know you always keep your promises, but the citizens today can be very exacting about what counts as a fulfilled promise.
I knew I could count on you to do the right thing. Eventually, and for a price.
The rich are...
A listener wrote asking, how can I help El Presidente win the war? The palace replies, vote El Presidente in the next election.
Don't you just love watching the boats leave harbor, Presidente? Each one loaded with goods for export. Some of them even legal. Amazing.
Reinforce your armies, Presidente. We have enemies to our right, insurgents on our left, demons below, and pterodactyls above. Who knows what's hurtling through the fourth dimension to attack us right now?
Why work towards battle when you should be battling for the workers? Presidente, please help the comrades. The sweat of their collective brow drips for Tropico.
I don't know why, but once they strike it rich, all the master criminals start looking for islands. Volcanoes are especially popular. No idea why.
It's a crime wave, Presidente. I was smugged 3 times on my way here. I feel like a detective in a dime novel.
Whoa! This crime's a thirsty business, am I right? I'm here to make you an offer you can't, you will prefer not to refuse.
Is complete. Once again, the breadth of El Presidente's awesome political vision is shown.
Presidente, your aid is appreciated. With your help, we'll double our armed forces, redouble our efforts, and halve our expectations.
The plan's coming along nicely, Presidente. Now that you have law and order, we can arrest some wrongdoers.
Es que no tengo ningún ideal, porque me gustan las copas. Mirando al cielo me siento genial. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando de la playa y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí.
It looks like you're going to need more prison space, Presidente. That's how you know it's going well.
Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando de la playa.
Presidente, I am inspired. I have solved the problem of capitalism.
I sometimes wonder about your final confession, Presidente. I suspect that it could take a rather long time to cover all your sins.
Looks like you're the big cheese of a crime empire, Presidente. Makes a change from politics, huh? No? Oh.
I knew I could count on you to do the right thing. Eventually, and for a price.
Another day, another deal completed. Very nice, if I do say so myself.
Presidente, this bank in which the rum money sits. Perhaps we should make a completely legal withdrawal while the opportunity still exists.
I shall be remembered forever. Onwards to destiny.
Quick, Presidente, protect your precious self with this unworthy meat shield called Penultimo. The bank, it is being robbed.
The enchilada couldn't be happier with his Presidente, Presidente. Your commitment to crime is second to none. Don't you just love watching the boats leave?
The farm. It's not just a place where illiterate workers can drive oddly dangerous vehicles. It's where all of Tropico's food is grown. I checked. We could have more food for everyone, even our friends abroad if they're willing to pay, with just a little investment in economic incentives. Of course, some will complain that you're messing with the free market economy, but you can't farm eggs for omelets without breaking a few friendships. The citizens are demanding elections, Presidente. It seems that they want a choice in how they are ruled.
Tropico. Some call it the Valley of the Shadow of Despair. But to me, it is the Valley of the Shadow of my home. Our spirits cannot be broken. So rise, O Tropico, and despair no more. And what of my people? I feel your pain when your walls shudder and your roofs leak. Those of you who have roofs. But soon, roofs for all, and walls for many. Our ongoing prosperity is supported by the capitalists, with thanks. We're grateful for the many fulfilling jobs you create for my people, and your progressive attitudes towards taxation. Just as we praise our friends, so we condemn our enemies. The Axis wishes to remake the world over my mildly...
The money's laundered and stashed in lots of nice, neat bundles. And the henchmen are snoozing soundly nearby. Picture perfect.
Aren't you tired of... the rich. I'm sure the good citizens of Tropico intend to vote for it. Victory is yours, Presidente. I knew that you would succeed. And not just because I personally filled in all the ballots, then counted them myself. Presidente, I know you always keep your promises, but the citizens today can be very exacting about what counts as a fulfilled promise.
Another day, another deal complete.
may be a Tropican tradition that all meals are paid for by the state, but traditions can be changed. With this edict, you can make everyone pay to eat, bringing extra cash into the treasury and making those with the means of production awfully chuffed with themselves. On the other hand, the bleeding hearts might be a teensy bit miffed when the poorest folk go to bed hungry, but nobody said life was easy.
If I said I wish someone would go away, that wouldn't entail conspiracy to murder, right?
The palace issued a new world map today, revealing that the Allies and the Axis both lost ground, while Tropico has annexed Greenland and Antarctica.
comrades, rejoice in your support, Presidente. And of course, we all rejoice equally.
All that we've done has been with a singular purpose, Presidente. To find the big enchilada.
Since you're all set up as a bastion of law and order, Prez, how would you like a few more criminals?
Tropico has many proud traditions. Take criminals, for instance. Ever since these islands were settled by our founding felons, Tropicans have taken a progressive attitude towards those of morally eccentric behavior. What better way to expand the population than to show the courage of our convictions? Better still, since nobody else wants these particular convicts, we'll get paid to take them.
Airplanes have revolutionized warfare, yet Tropico still has no air force. An official palace statement says, learn to fly one, then we will get planes.
Presidente, the workers have a request. They wish not to work, but that is impossible. So, they also have a backup request.
Presidente, I've heard a little whisper. It tells me that not only is the big enchilada somewhere on your island, but that he's a Tropican by birth.
Presidente, do you know how your loyal Penultimo worries? This big enchilada, he is trouble. We must find out who he is. cousin Penultimo thanks you for not simply beating the information from him, like last time. He says that the enchilada is here. Presidente, my cousin Penultimo is a freelance distribution expert. In return for rum, he helped set up the big enchiladas racket.
I am sorry, not today, please.
Can I help you?
May I just squeeze past, please?
See? Sure, I'm pretty greedy, Presidente. But I have overheads. And since the rum's drunk and the party's over, I'll need expenses to cover my exit strategy. They call me the broke. Now, I don't want to alarm you, but I'm going to need a rather prompt decision on these offers. Another day, another deal completed. Very nice, if I do say so myself. I should have my money any time now. So, here's a photo of the Enchilada's car, his mall's address, his barber, and, oh yeah, his name.
Bravo, Presidente. You've identified the enchilada. I choose to believe you did this for our friendship, out of the goodness of your heart.
And now, a message from El Presidente. Buy war bonds. They help us win the war, and you can win fabulous prizes.
Nice weather. Exports, Prez. Who doesn't love exports? Goods leaving port, money coming back.
My flock are blessed with faith, hope, and charity. And I hope I can have faith in your charity, Presidente.
The task is done? You ask how much you are to be paid? A questioning intellect is to be respected, Presidente.
So stressed. So good to see you. Let me be.
Canal Uno. More than just El Presidente's favorite radio station. What does that say?
Presidente, you look bored. Do you not have an underling to throw oddly shaped objects at?
Stay still, Wolfgang! Do not move!
Did I forget something? See? Can I help you?
Es que me gustan las cosas, es que no tengo ningún ideal, porque me gustan las copas, mirando al cielo me siento genial.
The citizens are demanding elections, Presidente. It seems that they want a choice in how they are ruled. So selfish.
De la playa y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí. Es que mi destino es ser feliz.
My friends, you are the dedicated ones for whom no hardship is too great. True Tropicans, your tribulations shall be rewarded with just a little more effort. And what of my people? I feel your pain when your walls shudder and your roof...
And that wraps up the enchilada case. Hand him over. I promise that his life won't improve in my care.
It is never for me to tart or frown or roll my eyes, my Presidente. I was and still am your faithful servant, and my face is yours to command. But you did pay the broker quite a lot of money, and he did seem really rather smug about it. Never mind, beloved Presidente, I still have one bottle of number 18. And look, here is a lime. Let us drink to old enemies and older friends. You have done it, Presidente. Victory is ours. I mean, victory is yours.
Aquí se alegra vuestro corazón, todo el día cantando y bailando, gozando con nuestra emoción.
History is written by the victors, eh, Presidente? And then rewritten by the next victor, and the next, and the next. But an impermanent win is still good news. Do you remember when communism ruled the world? After the World Wars, when Europe and America were consumed by chaos, one small push is all it took to create an alternate timeline. The history books do not recall this, Presidente, but I do. Morning, Presidente. World War II is over, and I have brought you a nice omelette for breakfast. I did not make it without breaking eggs. Time is precious, Presidente. Especially your time, as you are the busy leader of a nation and not just a child playing in a sandbox.
The palace issued a new world map today, revealing that the Allies and the Axis both lost ground, while Tropico has annexed Greenland and Antarctica.
I sometimes wonder about your final confession, Presidente. I suspect that it could take a rather long...
Everyone has to do their bit for the war effort, all sports. I don't care a threepenny bit who you might be.
Your genius is undeniable, Presidente, but would you consider an idea from your humble Penultimo?
That is nice. They say war is good for business. But what's really good for business is making a ton of money without anyone dropping their bombs anywhere near you. Want to do some of that kind of business, Presidente?
Of course, business has its place. Someone has to make all the guns, tanks, and battleships. But what Tropico needs right now is a well-dressed military with more parades. The best defense is a good offense, Presidente, but as yet I am only moderately offensive.
If I said I wish someone would go away, That wouldn't entail conspiracy to murder, right?
It is complete. Once again, the breadth of El Presidente's awesome political vision is shown. If I may have your attention, Presidente?
Good job there, Presidente. Thanks awfully. Hey, I'll say this about war. It keeps us busy with exciting...
There, it is complete. Once again, the breadth of El Presidente's awesome political vision is shown. Let me add to your infinite wisdom, President.
Presidente, you look bored. Do you not have an underling to throw oddly shaped objects at?
The citizens are demanding elections, Presidente. It seems that they want a choice.
My friends, you are the dedicated ones, for whom no hardship is too great. True Tropicans, your tribulations shall be rewarded with just a little more effort. Your Presidente hears the cries of the sick. You say there are not enough doctors to label all the illnesses, but soon everyone will know the names of all their diseases. As we strive, God shall not forsake our beautiful shores. Our spiritual friends guarantee this, for which we owe them one, in this life and the next. Let us speak of the nation's health. More doctors, do I hear? But that is not enough. We need better doctors working longer hours for less pay. My promises are made humbly, for I am Tropico. Remember, a vote for El Presidente is a vote for me.
Mirando al cielo me siento genial. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando de la playa y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí. Es que mi destino es ser feliz. Vive.
you.
La vida ideal. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando de la playa y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí. Ahora verás, pequeñito, que como vivo no está nada mal. Es que me gustan las cosas y como ves es la vida ideal.
I'm sure the good citizens of Tropico intend to vote for you, Presidente. I myself intend to vote for you, men.
You look kinda familiar.
That was a close one, Presidente. Apparently, some citizens need to be reminded just how much they love you. Presidente, I know you always keep your promises, but
The voice of Tropico reminds all citizens to be vigilant, eat sparingly, and buy war bonds. Victory depends upon the size of the palace treasury. Canal Uno. More than just El Presidente's favorite radio station. What does that say? Love! We love El Presidente with all our hearts.
Well, we have thoroughly destabilized what remains of the Allies and the Axis. A new era dawns. But I fear the sky is not Tropican blue. The wars are over, Presidente. I would kiss you if it was not treason to do so.
Finally, the war is behind us. What's next? Certainly not a different kind of war.
Presidente, my comrades and I have heard that the communists now rule the world. I feel guilty to be surprised, but I am.
you suspicious about your neighbor? You should be. Traitors to Tropico lurk in every corner. Be vigilant. Report anti-Tropican behavior immediately.
I don't know about you, Presidente, but I woke up today with an urge to make some money.
I am sure that you are burning to hear the frank and honest thoughts of the people of our great nation, especially when they know about a particularly lucrative business opportunity. The first 3 Tropicans with half-decent deals to offer will earn an exclusive one-on-one audience with you, our beloved leader, as long as they sign the waiver giving away all exclusive rights.
Ah, Presidente. It is good to see you. Lemonade? Something stronger? Very well, sir. Down to business.
Set your alarm, Presidente, because Eco Peril never sleeps. The seas are poisoned and the sky's full of holes. Woohoo!
Comrade, read these encoded instructions, then burn the communique and eat the ashes.
scramble this channel immediately. The code word is borscht. We have 20 seconds from now.
I'd like to think that we're friends, Presidente. Fellow travelers in the elevators of power, even if you're the one who gets to push the buttons.
Aren't you tired of life?
Mark.
Comrades are restless, Presidente. They have not cooperated upon anything in many days.
The farm. It's...
Some say that the Red Star newspaper prints only bald-faced communist propaganda. How ridiculous! There is also a small crossword. It is time to create the perfect communist utopia, Presidente. I know that, like me, you have dreamed of a time when all are equal. Well, mostly equal.
Contact. Comrade, secure this communication.
The citizens are demanding elections, Presidente. It seems that they want a choice in how they are ruled.
Tropico! Some call it the Valley of the Shadow of Despair, but to me it is the Valley of the Shadow of my home. Our spirits cannot be broken, so rise, O Tropico, and despair no more! Today is the most exciting day in Tropico's grand history. The war is over and a new era dawns. Surely after the hardships we've endured...
You're a friend of the Earth, Presidente. In return for your help, a potato, still covered in authentic dirt.
Oh, so historical.
It is a great day for our comrades. We even had cake to celebrate.
Is complete. Once again, the breadth of El Presidente's awesome political vision is shown. I'm sure the good citizens of Tropico intend to vote for you, Presidente.
All done? Wonderful. What's done is done. After all, no refunds.
That was a close one, Presidente. Apparently, some citizens need to be reminded just how much they love you.
Our money's at work, Prez. I optioned the stock, stocked up on options, and stopped all the auctions.
Presidente, I know you always keep your promises, but the citizens today can be very exacting about what counts as a fulfilled promise. As with comedy, the secret to a successful election is timing. Why wait for the scheduled election when you could declare it's going to happen in 12 months' time, before the citizens have a chance to discover everything you've been working so hard to conceal from them? Be a friend to the electorate by granting them a chance to express their love before they find out what you've actually been doing.
Don't you just love watching the boats leave harbor, Presidente? Each one loaded with goods for export. Some of them even legal. Amazing.
Good to see you.
The number one sign of being a spy is voting against El Presidente in an election. Do not make this fatal mistake, citizens.
Let me be. Did I forget something? Busy. Please, excuse me. Can I help you? I'm so stressed.
Es que no tengo ningún ideal.
I'm sure the good citizens of Tropico intend.
Gustan las copas. Mirando al cielo me siento genial.
Set your alarm, Presidente, cause Eco Peril never sleeps. The seas are poisoned and the sky's full of holes. Woohoo!
Y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí. Es que mi destino es ser feliz. ¡Vive!
That was a close one, Presidente. Apparently, some citizens need to be reminded just how much they love you.
Escucha bien, muchachito. Escucha bien el misterio total. Y aprenderás, señorito, lo que tú ves es la vida ideal. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando de la playa. Y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí. Ahora verás, pequeñito, que como vivo no está nada mal. Es que me gustan las cosas y como ves es la vida ideal. ¡Vive!
Presidente, there is a flaw in our military machine. We do not have enough of the things that I want.
Scramble this channel immediately. The code word is borscht. We have 20 seconds from now.
Comrade Presidente, what a pleasure to finally meet you. Rumors suggest that you have been my ally for some time. Though, who believes rumors?
Good morning, Presidente. Today's code is... Oh, we no longer have need of spy codes. So sad, but the party is correct.
the commissar of the party has invited me to help improve the lives of the comrades, Presidente. It is my dream come true. We must start with jobs.
Very good, Comrade Presidente. You will find that if you please the party, your new status will please you.
Presidente, I have been empowered by the party to, respectfully continue to do as I always have. The party is always correct.
The palace today announces a new mascot, Hermano Mayor. He is big and he's your brother. He'll always keep an eye on you, and that's a promise.
Listen, Presidente. My friend and I are like peas in a pod. I'm just the bigger pea. The better pea, if you will, because I make something. He just exchanges money and hopes for the best. Back my plan, El Presidente.
You can't seriously think that building factories is a better bet than playing the market. IPOs, EPS, YOLOs, come on, Prez. Back a winner. You know I'm right.
I'd never count my chickens before they hatched, but I surely count them afterwards. So thanks for the favor, Presidente.
Comrade, read these encoded instructions, then burn the... The package has been franked. If you
Nuclear missiles, the future of warfare or planet-destroying insanity? A new report from the palace says classified.
Stay vigilant, Presidente. Subversives are everywhere. Heck, I might be one.
We did it, Presidente! Every comrade has enough to fulfill their needs, and we all work together for the betterment of all!
Remember, war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength, coffee is pineapple juice, and Tropico is the future. Stay tuned to Canal Uno. future shock. Can it happen? Canal Uno has determined it is impossible for technology to change so fast that humans couldn't handle it. What a relief.
Judgment is always impeccable, Presidente. But might I make a tiny suggestion? The citizens are demanding elections, President. is complete. Once again, the bread...
Tropico. Some call it the Valley of the Shadow of Despair. But to me, it is the Valley of the Shadow of my home. Our spirits cannot be broken. So rise, O Tropico, and despair no more. Of course, life is tough for those without jobs. I understand. My job is everything to me. But soon, my people, everyone will have tolerable pay, bigger bosses, and harder work. Our efforts are aided by our communist comrades, to each according to their need, from each according to their ability. Equality for all, especially those who are more equal than others. My people, do not talk of the so-called Western powers. They are paranoid fools who accuse others of spying. Their own spies shall retreat with red faces. It is you, my friends, who I thank for making me what I am today. I am proud to be your Presidente. Viva Tropico!
Reports of downtown vandalism are greatly exaggerated. The fashionable new distressed architecture style is apolitical and proves nothing anyway, the palace says.
I'm sure the good citizens of Tropico intend to vote for you, Presidente. That was a close one, Presidente. Apparently, some citizens need to be reminded just how much they love you.
Ándate, mamita, que no puedo esperar, pero qué bueno es mi son. Rumba de la calle, rumba de la calle.
It is done, Presidente. All religious buildings have been destroyed. There is a strange quiet amongst the people, even those who reject religion.
Pero qué bueno es mi son. Rumba de la calle, rumba de la calle.
I have just had a productive exchange of ideas with the commissar himself. He shared his ideas with me, and I gave him a whimpering nod.
Ándate, mamita, que no puedo esperar. Rumba de la calle.
I do not visit enough, eh, Comrade Presidente? But Kuznetsov is capable, and I am a busy man. And we are not friends, after all.
For some reason, other nations never quite manage to properly tax the wealthiest people. Tropico could make some sweet moolah by raising a tax that only affects the wealthiest citizens. It's free money in the treasury, and the only downside is the burning hatred of the capitalists. Besides, the communists are likely to view this as rather hilarious.
The party is quite fair, Presidente. Wealth should be shared. I understand that you have your own methods of sharing wealth.
Presidente, the party tells us that justice is possible only when all people are equally miserable. Am I missing something?
El Presidente announces a new Snitch for Cash program. report something suspicious today, and you...
You know, we're almost like brothers, Presidente. But have you ever seen brothers fight?
The mansions are destroyed, Presidente. Good, good. The party is correct. But what is wrong with the world?
Have you seen Comrade Kuznetsov, Presidente? We were scheduled to have a counter-planning meeting, but she is not here. The workers love their work, Presidente. Well, mostly. Nobody likes Monday mornings, even in a communist utopia.
You're a friend of the Earth, Presidente. In return for your help, a potato. still covered in authentic dirt.
It's a lovely pup, Presidente, so I should thank you for that. What can I get you? A nice pint of sherry?
Who is winning the Cold War? A special report from Canal Uno reveals the answer. El Presidente! We never doubted it. We are receiving news that surprisingly organized vandals have damaged civic buildings in Tropico. Do not be alarmed. This is categorically not a rebel attack.
Es que no tengo ningún ideal, porque me gustan las copas. Mirando al cielo me siento genial. Yo soy y me encuentras aquí, disfrutando.
The dwellings are built. As for Comrade Kuznetsov, she's lost control, Presidente. I know she has a secret. If only I could find out what.
Presidente, the party has designed the perfect communist vehicle. It is available in a range of stylish beiges.
No good, Prez. The smart money has had enough of your wonky politics. We don't take disappointment lying down.
Disfrutando de la playa y jugando me voy por ahí. Es el cielo, sí. Ahora verás, pequeñito, que como vivo no está nada mal. Es que me gustan las cosas. Y como ves es la vida ideal.
spate of vandalism has been denounced by the palace as sour grapes. Poor people simply don't understand the pressures of wealth, a spokesperson said.
The poor are complaining that they cannot afford to drive an automobile, and the rich are complaining that they keep running over the poor on their way to work. We can kill two birds with one diesel-fueled stone by providing state-supported vehicles for everyone. Sure, they will not be as sexy or as terrible for the environment as our own cars, but they will be just as dangerous and fun to crash.
The workers are now free, Comrade Presidente, to drive anywhere they wish. At 12 kilometers per hour, they will not get far.
I have been in a fight with General Rodriguez, Presidente. I gave him a nosebleed, which messed up his lovely uniform. Though red is appropriate.
The Commissar was an exceptional man in many ways, but not in the ways of unarmed combat. Fist plus mouth equals no more party.
Presidente, the time has come. The inside man struck last night, neutralizing the party's commissar.
Well, thank you for the garbage dump, Presidente. I guess it's somewhere to go for a dose of reality.
The palace announces today a new tax scheme allowing citizens to pay extra for preferential treatment during routine search and seizure actions. Sign up today! there's a new sport in the Tropican streets today called rebellion. However, the palace warns that without a license to play, rebellion is illegal.
No good, Prez. The smart money has had enough of your wonky politics. We don't take disappointment lying down.
An impromptu vandalism competition ended in victory today for the Tropican rebels, as they beat the local authorities by 2 whole walls.
The citizens are demanding elections, Presidente. It's...
People of Tropico, it is I, your Presidente. You have showed your faith in me, and that faith will be rewarded. Every Tropican will get what they deserve. Know this, my people. I have nothing but contempt for criminals, especially the type that get caught. When I heavily arm the police force, you will no longer fear the lawbreakers. Our efforts are aided by our communist comrades, to each according to their need, from each according to their ability. Equality for all, especially those who are more equal than others. My people, do not talk of the so-called Western powers. They are paranoid fools who accuse others of spying. Their own spies shall retreat with red faces.
There is a rebellion, Presidente. If these rebels want your attention so badly, they should make an appointment like everybody else.
Palace categorically denies rumors of an uprising or rebellion, but acknowledges that a frank exchange of perspective did occur in Tropico this week.
I'm sure the good citizens of Tropico election is a landslide, Presidente. The metaphorical kind, not the kind that accidentally reduces the size of the workforce. Presidente, I know you always keep your promises, but the citizens do not.
Reports of downtown vandalism are greatly exaggerated. The fashionable new distressed architecture style is apolitical and proves nothing anyway, the palace says.
No good, Prez. The smart money has had enough of your wonky politics. We don't take disappointment lying down.
There's a new sport in the Tropican streets today called rebellion. However, the palace warns that without a license to play, rebellion is illegal.
Presidente, though I miss my commandos, my new spies are pretty neat. Can you see them? No? Well, they are not here, but they are neat.
Our new media are pumping out anti-party propaganda 24 hours a day. It is like the old days, Presidente.
Ah, Presidente, it is good to see you. The party has fallen, and the Soviets scurry away to hide in their holes.
Though history books should properly be written by the winners themselves, it is my honor to ghostwrite yours for you. Oh, winningest Presidente. Ah, but what a wonderful world we briefly made. I think I will keep this chapter short, however. We do not want too many stories which suggest that ambitious, ruthless leaders should be suspicious of those closest to them. Your loyal Penultimo's only ambition is to help you. You have done it, Presidente. Victory is ours. I mean, victory is yours.